Okay, let's try this again, shall we? See if it actually, behaves itself this time. For more than an hour. I am kind of cross with Twitch about that whole thing. I'm sure it was unavoidable for them for it to all just implode randomly, but it is decidedly frustrating. And I gotta say that it's a hell of a thing for me specifically, because I have a history of weird shit happening around me at this point, because at two separate stores I used to work at, I would come into work and the power would go out. The moment I crossed the threshold of the building, the power would just gone. And later on, in that whole same exchange, one day, somebody came to me to complain that the power was out. Hang on, let them finish talking. So I of course, as a joke, pointed up at the lights and said, "Here, I'll fix it." And the lights came back on. They were weird around me ever since that happened. I think they had concerns about what happened there. But yeah, needless to say, shit breaking around me is a constant. Pop that. Some thermal energy out of that. Scoop up some grenades. Now, remembering that I can have two weapons at once, we will carry the shotgun in case something's on my head. Though at the rate things are going, I don't anticipate that being too big a problem. Hear you. There you are. Here, catch. I think there's a melee button as well, but I'm forgetting what it is. Nope, that is, again, something that gets brought in one of the later games. Not in this one. Or I'm just remembering incorrectly in general. Gotta waste a shot to bust one of those open. Really? Just gonna do this again? Okay. Didn't time that one nearly as well, though. Because they will go off with contact as well. Rather than trying to be fancy and time it, I really should just hit them with it. But, you know. When have I been known to learn?
The area is filled with Akrit, but not a pirate in sight. Where is that hideout?
Wouldn't be much of a hideout if it, was easy to find. Hit the fucking explosive barrel right off, huh? Great. I'm gonna be a little bit off kilter for the rest of this session, probably because of the Twitch issues. Just from the start of the day. And that one is dead. Here, you can have one too. Grenades for everybody. The jovial mood from earlier is not entirely here anymore. Now gonna be a lot of very matter-of-fact killing. It's like, you know what? You're not allowed to be on the screen anymore. Hey, you can walk. You probably are never going to need that outside of like one specific instance, but you can do it. Full up on ammo. I'm looking around for emblems now that I'm realizing we missed like 3 of them, even though I was actually looking for them last time. And we ended that last mission with near full thermal energy, so I don't really need to be afraid of it. I remember it being a lot worse when I played this before, but I think that was just because I was bad. Uh-huh. Knew there had to be one in this area. This area was too big for there not to be an emblem hidden somewhere. Gosh, I think there's a lucky emblem here. Shut up, Goofy. What? Where? You can hurt them by hitting them just straight up, but better to hit the weak points. Quit circling. Just die. Would have been over so much sooner if you just accepted your fate. Oh yeah, you can't jump and grapple either. Now, looks like we're not meant to be up there. The game does not want me up there. Surprising no one. No fun allowed. This was still around the time where invisible walls were everywhere. Not that invisible walls aren't still very, very common and very excessive. We finally got hit. But they paid a bigger price than we did for it, so I'll take it. Because we'll get healed by the thermal energy anyway. Not really an issue.
With so many Akrid in the area, the pirate base must be in a location they can't reach.
So we have to climb. Up there? Up there would make some sense. I think the Akrid could get there, though. So that's probably not ideal. Whoa. Have some explosive gifts. See, I'm pleased with myself for landing that one. Over his friend and stopped him from getting the attack off. That was satisfying. Let's see what that message is. Okay. There it is. Hey, Xeno. I assume this means things are working properly this time. Hey, there's that. I mean, it's already a step in a better direction than it was earlier. So I'm actually seeing proper bit rates and such. As opposed to it telling me that I was offline even though Mendel and other people were reacting to things happening. It seemed like it was very selective as to whether it was working or not for a bit there, and then it just completely dropped. The surprising thing is the fact that I was still online the entire time. It never actually, like, kicked me off stream. Yeah, exactly. It was basically acting as if people were no longer logged in a lot of cases, from what I was seeing. Because, like, my icon was gone from the top right and all kinds of things like that. And I almost couldn't even get back into my own dashboard when I tried to refresh it. I just argued with it enough and it gave up and let me do it. Just gonna casually pick up this minigun, don't mind me. Oh, it's shaky. It is real shaky. There we go. Do a quick reload on that thing. I feel like they'd stick an emblem out here somewhere. Because in every stage, there's 5 emblems to hit to get a bonus, and then you also, you know, just need to survive and do the thing you're supposed to do. Not looking like there's any here, though. Keep picking up this thermal energy or I'll freeze to death. Which would not help anybody. Okay, I can also guarantee that uploading things works again, because I was able to export yesterday's stream to YouTube successfully while I was waiting. Or at the very least, it's working currently. Whether it'll stay working or not, only time will tell. But I kept an eye on it the whole time I was offline, and it seemed to be holding again. So, in theory, we're okay. In practice, we'll have to only wait and see. I do not remember the bloom being this excessive in this game, but then again, this was also in the era where bloom was just out of control all the time, so maybe I just didn't recognize it as bad as it is.
Larger Egret wouldn't be able to get to the bridge. Wayne, can you see a way up there?
We have a grappling hook, my dude. Even if there's not a visible way up there, we can get up there. Just jam that Gatling gun inside my Gatling gun, because that's how that works. Oh, hi! We're doing this dance again, huh? Ow. You know what? You've lost your leg privileges. You know, this game is infinitely easier when I can actually aim. Because I played this on the 360 originally, so I was aiming with a controller. I am nowhere near as good at aiming with a controller. So my accuracy was kinda dogs by comparison to what it is right now. Which did not help my cause. Also, that was also similar to a lot of things I've been covering on this channel that I have played before. That was like 10 plus years ago. Hello, gentlemen. Goodbye, gentlemen. Those pirates are not friendly, so... Well, that didn't look great.
Their hideout must be nearby.
Yeah, that gives me an idea, though. Ow. That was supposed to explode. Where's my earth-shattering kaboom? What, you thought cover was gonna help you against a Gatling gun? Good joke. These guys hold up to Gatling gun fire surprisingly well, though, compared to the walls and buildings and such. Just gonna slap this on here. And this is mine now. Up you go, buddy. Come on your feet. There we go. Twice the Gatling for twice the fun. No, you think your rockets are gonna stop me. That's adorable. Look at him go! He's still going. He ain't done spinning yet. There it goes. What did you not learn from the last guy? You go spinning. Speed. No, not in the robot. I need to touch the thingy. Hang on. Better that I got in this robot anyway. Well, left-hand gun's out of ammo. You first. I know you're still back there. Hey. Don't make me come down there. Okay. Mash button. There we go. What do you know? We are going up on the bridge like the game told me to. Shocking. Righto. We are running out of Gatling gun ammo for both arms, though, so we're not going to be able to keep this thing long. In fact, it looks like we might actually be out of room to move this thing. Because this one doesn't have jump jets. I'm going to try, though. Nothing said I can't try. Could you not? Give you guys a hint. How about you aim for the guy in the mech suit? Look at how exposed I am. How can you not hit me? Look at this. Y'all are a disappointment. I am more of a danger to this mech suit than they are. I also can't get it out of this hole, so it doesn't matter at this point. Gonna have to grapple my way out of here. Given the fact that the pirates were here, this is where we're meant to be. Hi. Oh, hey, an emblem. Up we go. Yep, this looks as likely a place for a pirate base to be as any. Especially with situations like this. Here, catch. I'm busy. Oh, there is a melee button, it's just not listed as such. Aha! I thought I was right in remembering that. I forgot I existed just that quickly. I think I have a range limit, because all of those shots definitely hit him. Thank you, Xeno. That's a good one to catch. I was gonna go clip that at myself later if somebody didn't. Because that was too good. Speaking of... time for a new toy. Yeah! I'm a little stuck in the ground for some reason. These aren't supposed to be stuck in the ground like this. As you see there, it's supposed to have legs. I just don't know how to extend the legs like that guy did. Not that it worked out for him. His kind of exploded. But you know what? There's more than one way to get around. Sick jump. Nope. Didn't work. Didn't work at all. Well, rip that idea. He wanted to see what happened. He learned real quick. Ah! Well, that's upsetting. This is what I think of that. Now then. Ah! There's still a lot of you. Now I'm one with the floor. Oh, hey, an emblem. You know what? This is what I think of your shit. still alive up there. Because if you look at the mini-map, you can actually see where they are. Yes, Xeno. Nice. Hopefully this one works out better than the last one, and they actually goddamn listen. So it'll be nice enough if you at least make it through the interview.
They're not going to go down without a fight.
Noticed. Oh, there you are. Now then, I'm going to take this rocket launcher, and I'm going to teach your friends a lesson with it. Got him. Oh, hey guys, your cover's gone. Catch. I don't think I had enough reach for that one. I see. Do you think you can out-rocket me, huh? You lose. Especially since his friend gave me more rockets. Oh, I heard it. Ow. You guys are terrible shots. That range, you still couldn't hit me. Fighting a bunch of stormtroopers over here. You know what? You're far away. Well, hang on. I'm gonna do that to your friends, and now where are you? There you are. You, sir, need to learn a lesson. Don't mind me just stockpiling rockets. Nothing bad will happen because of that. Nope, not at all. Ooh, but there's also a rifle. The rifle's real useful. So then again, I can use the rocket launcher at rifle range. So I suppose it works the same way, really. It just makes a much bigger impression. Then again, I can just do this. Give me that. Anybody else? Nope. Just pick that back up. Because I don't want to give up the 900 rounds of machine gun I have. It's gonna be kinda handy. Ta-da! I'd get in this mech suit, but it's kind of missing some arms. So how about that plan there, buddy? The whole jump down in front of me and scare me idea. Where you get a rocket in the face for your efforts. I'd love to knock him out of his mech and take it. In fact, actually... Nope, I can't actually steal it from him. I thought I could, but I think that's, again, something you can do in the second game, not in this one. Nope, may as well just break it then. If I can't have it, neither can you. And we have about near... yeah, actually we have basically maxed out thermal energy now. Neat. As long as we have thermal energy, we will keep regenerating health. Gum grenades. These are sticky bombs. Those are fun to use. We'll go ahead and use those for a bit. I think... yep, that's the end of stage. Well, that end of that section of the stage. I thought these were separate stages. Apparently not. A whole lot of you boys hanging around. Here, this will get your attention. Wakey, wakey. You guys are just really paying no attention. That's for you. Forgot I had to wait a really long time for those to go off. I could have walked up and put those behind them without them noticing. As you can see, these guys are really not much of a threat at all. They're a little bit sad. The main threat in the game is the Acrid running around, not these guys. Aside from the ones that have actual weapons like the rocket launcher guys, and the riflemen are actually fairly dangerous too. And of course the mech suits can be a threat. But only if they actually, you know, attack. This was early 2000s AI, so they're not exactly geniuses. They oftentimes don't understand that they're supposed to shoot me. Gives me plenty of time to do something like that. Just load a rocket launcher in front of them. Where? Hi. Stop that. It also doesn't hurt that we are, like, nearly immortal, as long as they don't completely drain our life in one go. Which, at this stage of the game, doesn't happen often. Later on, it's gonna become a real issue. I'm not the only one moving around. Hello? There you are. Come on, you guys can't even hit the Pinata Man. I'm so disappointed in you. Machine guns. I'm gonna go ahead and grab those regular grenades. The sticky grenades are not exactly impressing. I see. You want to play it that way, huh? First your friend dies for your sins. And now, catch this. Oh, you're not gonna die, huh? Well, gee, I wonder what just happened to you. You're not firing another rocket, buddy. We're just a one-man army right now. We cannot be stopped. Now, let me actually touch my goddamn beacon so I get my credit, damn it. And unfortunately, this is the fastest we go. We don't have a run button or anything. We just kind of tromp along and get there eventually. How was the audio balance so far, by the way? Because things seemed a little loud, and I touched them up in the previous section of the stream. But I cannot guarantee that it's all, like, perfect. Okay. As long as it's not, like, abhorrently weird in any particular angle, it's probably fine. Sniping with rockets is entertaining.
Proceed with caution.
I will.
following up on something from while things were broken. That guy almost caught a rocket for his friend there. I respect it. Oh, he's got an energy gun. I appreciate it, Nimble. As you can see, Twitch is back to somewhat behaving itself. Can't guarantee that it'll actually behave itself at any point, but you know. Ah. You're lucky I'm out of bullets. Exactly. But best of luck with the desk that I heard you got. Hopefully you don't have any issues putting it together. Yes, yes, damn you, damn you. Yeah. I mean, as long as you follow the instructions, you should be fine. So I assume it came with a decent set of instructions. Need be, I used to build furniture for a store, so I can help later on, need be. Okay. Ack. I'm gonna come up there and teach that guy a lesson. Hi, here's a grenade. The lesson is, grenades hurt. Lesson successfully taught. Go ahead and capture their device here. Not that I need these because I'm already basically at full energy, but it helps get me mini-map coverage so I know where my enemies are. How to beat them up with their own toy. You survive in that explosion. I think I got him. Can't tell, but I think I got him. That fence is gonna defy me. Or not. Anybody else? There's apparently a guy, like, right around here somewhere. I don't know. See you creeping. They ain't creeping anymore. Oh, look at you climbing up where the last guy exploded. That's a great idea. Especially since I can't actually reach the exact spot he's standing. Fine. That's what this is for. I mean, it could be. Certainly seems to be for them. It's also their last Friday. As you can see, we can also swing this big old Gatling gun around if we really need to get something out of our way. Wrong button. Just mashing E to make this mine. Knock knock. Oh, you brought some big toys, huh? Just hold that thought a second. Hippity hoppity, hippity hoppity. Grab this on the way. Ack! Rude. What's the matter? Not brave enough for a fair fight? The joke's on you. I don't fight fair either. Ow, which of you has the rocket launcher? Because you need to go. You can't run from me. The mech's not gonna last that long. Not against this much firepower. But I need to get rid of his. At the very least. Because he's the target. Jack. If we get out before it explodes, we don't take as much damage. We're in trouble, though. Because this is not a fight we can really win very well without VS level weaponry. Because they can just run us over and camp us into a corner. Kind of like this. Exactly like this, actually, in fact. You know what? You want to play like this? Just throw some grenades at my own damn feet. I can't tell what's going on. All I know is pain. Well, that was messy. We're alive, though. We're fine. We've been through worse. Yeep. Yeep. Hang on. Hang on. Hold your horses there, buddy. You little shit. There we go. Down he goes. Now that we're not getting constantly exploded, now we can deal with the rest of these problems. Except that's also the end of the mission, so we win. That was really awkward, but we got through it. And we almost got all the marks. I think there was one in that room. We just would have had a devil of a time spotting it because of all that.
Got it.
Check that out over there.
That doesn't look good.
It's in better shape than I expected.
The engine's dead. We need to replace it before we can get the trailer running again.
All in good time.
Gotta move in first.
We did all that to get their trailer back for them.
A PDA.
Anything interesting?
Hold on a sec. I just have to break some encryption. It's no good. This will take a while.
Nevek.
Yuri.
Oh, it's nothing. All right, try to hurry it up. There might be something about the green eye on there. Wayne?
Wayne!
Meanwhile, we just randomly nearly pass out. It's fine. Everything's fine. Just getting visions.
The harmonizer. It's a part of your life. That harmonizer won't work without thermal energy. If it starts to run low, you'll experience searing pain shooting through your body. Left that way, it will start to affect your brain, and then death.
What?
The harmonizer being why we are nearly immortal. Gotta refill it with juice now and then, though, or we're gonna just pass out.
Just what the hell is going on? Explain yourself. That thermal energy supply is for emergencies only. What happened to it?
I gave it to Wayne.
Yuri, just who is that guy? You've been hiding something ever since we rescued him.
He didn't tell them about the harmonizer.
Now.
If you knew, it might create a rift between you two.
And it's fast becoming a canyon. How can I trust someone I don't know? Oh.
Yeah, we heard all that, lady.
Wayne,
How's the PDA analysis going?
oh, it's done now. We've updated the map, so take a look.
Oh, good.
This isn't awkward at all. Okay. Time to go back to what we were originally doing.
Sensing a heat signature located across the snow plain. We need some fuel for the trailer, so check it out. I'll be working on the engine in the meantime.
As you can see, quite the infestation around here. It's a little bit of a problem. Now, this only has one gun mount. That's unfortunate. Some VSs have 2 gun mounts. As you can see, little guys like this only have 1. Making it not really that much better than walking, but at the very least, we can move a little easier with this gun out. There we go. Clean that out before it's a problem. Probably should activate that thing, though. You get. This will give us an idea which way we're supposed to be going. Okay, that way. And a rocket launcher. Once again, early 360 game, so of course they love their button mashing. Nope, out of range. What's this? We've been having a lot of thermal energy laying around. I could show off the energy gun. Yeah, I suppose. Basically, you charge it, it'll fire off an energy ball. Depending on how much you charge it, it'll do more. But it drains your thermal energy to fire it. It also homes in a little bit, which is what makes it actually pretty handy. Personally, still not the biggest fan of it, just because it takes a bit to charge. And again, trading your thermal energy for attacks is not ideal. With how much thermal energy we've been sitting on, it would be fine, but it's best not to get too in the habit of using it, in my opinion. Figured out how to move the legs. Turns out X is the switch button.
Signature might be the thermal plant. Do you see anything?
Oh, well that's damned inconvenient. Yeep. So this is gonna be a bit of an issue. It's a serious worm, yeah. Coming up over here. There he goes. Whoa, screen shake. Can't really get an angle at his weak points. I was supposed to be fighting him in a suit, but he broke my suit the second he spawned in. I could go running for the other one, but I think the same thing would happen to it. He would just smash it again. Out of rockets. Okay. Let's start heading toward that other VS, though. We're probably gonna need it. Is he surfacing again? You'll notice his blip on the minimap keeps teleporting around a bit. That's fine, Xeno. Go do what you gotta do. We've all got stuff we gotta do. Every time he shakes the ground, this thing stops spiking. Trying to get back over into this area, because it seems like he only actually surfaces out here. God damn it! He got the bike again, huh? Okay. I get the feeling those are just auto-destroyed by this thing, so that might have been a waste of my time to do. I don't know what's happening, but I don't like it. It's like vomiting bombs or something. The texture on his body is also freaking out. I don't know what's happening here. I've never seen this before. This is different. Then again, I should be used to things glitching around me by now. Yeah, he's spitting bombs everywhere again. That's what I think of you spitting bombs. I can throw them back. This is gonna take a while to kill. He's also a loud boy. Which, speaking of, how is that looking on the audio sliders? Because if that's way loud, I'll turn it down. It's a bit loud, but not, like, insanely so. Okay. Am I even supposed to kill this thing? I'm gonna go ahead and turn the sound effects down a little bit again. And the music, another step. That is jumping pretty bad. That should be a little more tolerable. But I'm trying to keep the edge of it down without it being lowered too much to lose all effect. Now, I think it's got two ends, actually, because I can't help but notice that one end didn't have a mouth that came out, and that's where the bombs were coming from. So I think it shits out bombs and then tries to eat me. We're supposed to keep going that way, so maybe we just ignore him and try to press on. Yeah, it does that. It doesn't have the best animation. Yeep. God damn, flyers got in the way. Oh, now you tell me. Yeah, it's a bit weird. I missed it. This screen shake is brutal. I gotta love, though, how he waits till I choose to run from the first bit of it to tell me, no, you can't do that. Run for your damn life. I have an idea. Not that. I want... Okay, fine. Pick up the machine gun first, then. Want this. Apparently I can't have that. Okay, never mind. Because that laser cannon on there is actually really good. Oh, there's an emblem here. Ah! Got it. Shaky, 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 shaky. Ow, 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 ow. If you could just not, that'd be great. Okay, we finally broke a piece on him. He can be killed. Thankfully, we don't lose our progress on activating this thing. Okay. That way. I'm gonna grab this and we're gonna keep on scooting in the general direction of where we need to go. While also trying to keep this thing somewhat occupied. So just keep firing those bombs everywhere, buddy. What do we got here? Okay, I'll dig that up. That'll be useful. Big grenade launcher. There we go, that was a good hit. Because these fire out cluster bombs. Oh, I think we heard it. I think we got him. Oh, don't need that anymore. There we go. No more big crazy worm. It's just got so much quieter out here after that. So you need to go that way. Oh, music's back. Oh, it's not done, huh? Well, that's unfortunate. Shamu is back, and this time, he's pissed. Alright. Good luck with what you gotta do.
Well, he's dead.
Yeet. Funny you should say that as I get run over by a giant wave of rocks. I think he's really upset with me now. Not sure where I get that idea from, but I have a suspicion. Get it loaded, get it loaded. Yeep! No, he's not actually doing something, he's just mad. That's what I think of you. Oof! Oh. That's an instant kill. That's something that can actually kill us. Well, that's unfortunate. And the checkpoint was back here. Well, that is very unfortunate. And that's why you don't offend the big ugly worm too much. Doesn't appear to be anything up there. And it looks like the spawn's changed a little bit. Let's take the energy gun with us this time, though. Considering the way it went for us a minute ago. The energy gun might actually be beneficial. And I'm assuming I just can't have a VS during that segment because he's gonna just break it every time he comes out of the ground. So I assume we're not meant to fight it, even though we can. It's probably like a bonus objective to defeat it, whereas you're meant to get away from it.
Signature might be the thermal plant. Do you see anything?
Considering after we technically knocked it out, it just came back pissed off. That's not gonna stop me from trying to hurt it, though. As you can see, the breakable spots on it are actually very easy to destroy. You just need to actually manage to hit them, which can be really tricky with how that thing moves.
You don't stand a chance. Get the hell out of there.
Oh, ye of little faith. Now he's all the way over there, shaking it. Look at him just bonk off this thing trying to get me. Thunk. Okay, and he did keep the damage. I'm not sure if he veered off slightly because of the post there, or if I just misjudged where he was going. Otherwise, I probably could use the post as protection. I just don't want to trust it without being able to be sure of that one. Eek. The world is shaking so bad. As you can see, the problem with the homing shots is they don't home in on what you're pointing at. They home in on what's closest to it. So they have a bad habit of targeting incorrectly. Let's just focus on trying to get the posts and get out of here. Because I presume that we're supposed to leave at this rate. This thing seems a little bit too strong. Eek. I mean, if you're gonna put a target right in front of me, though, I'm gonna shoot it. Almost to the next post. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if killing it just, like, spawns the last emblem of the stage or something. Because I don't remember killing anything like this. But I also don't remember seeing anything like this, so... With how long it's been, I can't guarantee anything. Yep, looks like getting here just prompts a cutscene. So we don't need to deal with him.
Wait, did you hear that?
Yeah.
Shouldn't have as much death rumble and shaking anymore. No, something bad happened here.
Snow pirates. Could have done this.
Grubitz. Nevik Grubitz.
What's wrong?
Nothing. What's Nevik?
They're a group hunting down all the snow pirates. You want to avoid them at all costs. Back down.
No. I'll just go in a little closer.
Hey,
Something's bothering me about this.
This is a bad plan.
You don't belong here. Do you want to end up like them?
I sense we have a boss fight incoming. Hi.
This area is under Nevek's supervision. Leave while I'm still in a good mood.
wait, watch yourself.
There's something I came for. I'm not going anywhere.
Then we've got a problem.
Damn.
What did you think was gonna happen, dummy? You offended the lady with a Gatling gun pointed at you. No, we're gonna have to fight her in that old junker, huh? Okay. Didn't have the decency to spawn me in it, huh? Okay. Unfortunately, as you can see, we don't have the mobility to really dodge her stuff with this mech particularly well. So your best bet here is just to fire as quickly as you can, in the hopes of wearing her down before she wears you down. And then just finish the job on foot as best you can. Damn it. I was trying to grab that rocket launcher before it blew up. Because getting back on your feet is going to be a bit problematic on foot. Our big play right now is just going to be tumbled toward this rocket launcher and hope I can get a shot off. Ow. Because thankfully we do have some iframes. And that's that. She loses. And that's a hell of an end screen. Catching a rocket with my chest. Huh, so we got the last mark, and that was the one we found in the field. So there must have been a bunch of them before that, then. Huh. Poof.
Did he get away?
Ninja
I
mech.
never thought I'd see a match for you. That was too close.
Yes, it was.
They know who we are now. That's gonna be a problem going forward. Oh, hi.
We'd better hurry up with the rendezvous.
Suspicious shit happening.
Then, you agree to our request, Dr. Solotov.
Nevik. We both share a common goal. I see no problem with that.
We'll be waiting then. With your help, we should make good progress on the Frontier project.
Give my regards to Commander Eisenberg.
Treachery is afoot.
Eavesdropping. That's not very nice.
You're working with Nevik?
The Frontier Project is a large-scale undertaking to terraform the planet, making it warm enough for all humans to live comfortably.
Terraforming. It's not possible.
I've been looking for ways to warm the planet and to bring hope to the people that live on this rock for a long time now. Nevik and I share that dream.
Driving out the Akrid is just a cover then. You've been lying to Luca and Rick.
No. They understand me. You should get some rest. I'll set up tomorrow's route by morning. It's going to be a busy day tomorrow.
Yeah, I feel like there's layers upon layers of bullshit going on here. Yeah, and they're not kidding about falling off the mountain. I wouldn't be surprised if I fall off at least once. Okay. Clearing most of y'all out of here. there. There we go. As you can see, regular Acrid, no real issue. It's only the big stuff that's a problem. Speaking of big stuff, I'll take that trade. That hurt him about as much as it hurt me. Except he's not alone. They're never alone. Oh yeah, this bit. Right. I remember now. Because, you know, we also needed a giant Acrid dropping bombs on us the whole time we're doing this. Good to know I still remember how to throw grenades in this game properly. Here it comes again. This time you guys get a better look at the giant death moth. We're gonna have to deal with that later. That's what I think of you guys all hanging out down there waiting for me. And grab a present for them first and deal with that afterwards. As you can see, you can hit it now. In fact, I think we can actually kill it now. Oopsie. So let's wait for it to make another pass and see if we can actually destroy it. I don't remember ever destroying it, but that doesn't mean it can't be done. It just means I avoided it last time. Meanwhile, down there, as you can see, all kinds of nasty stuff hanging about waiting for us. Not great. Definitely got a solid hit there. There he goes! I saw it list off to the right. I don't know if it's coming around for another pass or if it died. I'm hoping died, but I'm pretty sure it's alive. Yep, here he comes again. I aimed a little too low. That's what I get for being fancy. Nope, not gonna get a clean shot on that side. Yeah, no, it's gonna take too much of a beating to kill it. I hit it in the weak point that time and not good enough. And to think, all you had to do was hang from a grappling hook and just dump a bunch of grenades in here, and all your problems would be solved. They, for some reason, need this near-immortal idiot over here to handle their problems for them. Oh, hi! That seems like a bit of an issue. Except y'all are hanging out right next to a bunch of bombs. There we go. Calmly disposed of. As they all shatter. Didn't even take that much ammo either, surprisingly. Not that those guys were ever that durable to begin with. But as you can see, they fully expected you to jump in here blindly, get yourself into that situation, and use the Gatling gun to get out of it. Spider-Man method, lot safer. Let's see what else we got around here. Fire Emblem. Sometimes they're real subtle, sometimes they're not. What's this? Plasma grenade. I don't remember what these do. I think I always stuck to the regular hand grenades. Now look here, you. Oh, there is somebody in that. That's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate, actually. Oof. That's a big oof. Well. Yeah, they're out of my range. And I don't have any other weapons here. It's fine, mitigated the worst of the damage. Now the idea is to get a couple grenades around this bend, deal with the VS. Eek. We're running out of thermal. We're gonna have to do something here soon. Okay, VS is gone. Their rockets aren't that bad. They knock you around a lot, but they don't do a ton of damage. Unlike the VS rockets, which nearly kill you. Now you'll notice these guys are wearing something slightly different, so these are actually a different faction of pirates. I don't think these are Nevik guys. I think these are just more pirates. You'll know Nevik soldiers when we see them. And boy, will we end up seeing them. They shot that grenade out of my hand. Upsetting. As you can see, these guys are a bit more effective than the Crimson Pirates were, too. They actually, you know, shoot. You asked for fire. What the hell happened to that piece of metal? Like, bounced around the screen 4 times and ended up over there somewhere. Oh, hi. Now then. Just bopped him right on the head with it. Ta-da! Because, you know, had to break out the old favorite, ta-da, for that one. No, you're not dead. Let me help you with that. Down you go. I suppose I could use the shotgun for a bit. And you'll notice we went from 300 to over 3,000 thermal energy in that exchange. Oh, I think we figured out why I wasn't allowed to kill that thing yet. because it's meant to still be a problem. I hear him grappling around all over the place. Sometimes there will be actually other guns in these crates, too. Ah, that's why we could hear them. Some of them are shooting at me, too, which is just rude. I feel like you guys have bigger problems than dealing with me right now. Like the weird discount Metroids flying around. Okay, I can't climb on that.
Those exploding Akrit are guarding the nest. They aren't going to make this easy.
Ah, this moves. Okay. Yeah, that's for you. Well, yeah, fun fact, you're supposed to protect the platform you're on. If it goes, well, you saw that. If it goes, you go too. So I probably shouldn't have wasted my time dealing with the pirates, since they don't seem to be much of a threat. Because, you know, they're a little bit incompetent. I can hit this guy from here, though, so I should probably dispose of him ahead of time. Okay, other than that, it seems like only the exploding Akrit are actually an issue.
Those exploding Akrit are guarding the nest. They aren't going to make this easy.
Oh. Apparently that broke him. Ah! I see. I'm not supposed to stay on that. If I stay on that, I die. Got it. I thought I was supposed to ride that further. Turns out, no. I was supposed to just ride it over enough that I could get up here. Fair enough, video game. You got me. Fool me once and all that.
Wayne, be careful out there.
I thought you didn't like me. So I suppose not trusting somebody and hating them is two different things. And this is what I was trying to get a hold of before. No, don't enter the machine, moron. Yes. These have double jump. They can do a big jump. They're a pretty good mech. I want my gun back, though. There we go.
Ready.
As you can see, just like the energy gun, this drains a lot of thermal energy. Difference being, this actually does a pretty good job of clearing enemies out. Because if it's charged enough, you can actually pierce enemies with it. For regular small Akrit, though, still better off using things like the Gatling gun. There we go. Nice and easy clear out. Up we go. Oh, that's a problem. As you can see, it's also a real good way for knocking out those exploders without them, you know, exploding. Real good for when you're too close to them. For those wondering how I'm hitting targets with the mech between me and the target, I'm just praying that the red indicator is correct. There we go. You have to have it on the correct side of the mech so you pick it up in the right arm. Thankfully, we got lots of Gatling gun ammo laying about. We got some rocket launchers. I should get out of the mech and grab that, just in case. So I don't know what I'm getting into up here. I don't remember. Turns out my memory of this game is a lot spottier than I thought. Which is not surprising, it's been a very long time. I'm honestly shocked that I would think I'd have a better memory than that. I don't know if I can get this mech up there. Yep. With the super jump I can. There we go.
Having trouble getting out of there? You'll need to create some kind of foothold.
Foothold nothing. Beep, 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 beep. Let's dig this out, because this might be a different mech suit. At the very least, it's got a rocket launcher attached to it that I might want. It is the same suit, just, again, it has rocket launcher and not laser. What's under the snow over here? Another laser. I could go double laser, but that's not a great idea. Is again thermal energy issues. It wants us to go up there. He talks about making a foothold, but really you can just jump it. Oh, something big's upset at me existing. Oh, it's you again. Oh no, it's a different one. This thing I remember. I don't remember fighting it here, though. I think you fight this thing more than once. Ow, that hurts a lot. As you can see, every time you get staggered, your charge gets cancelled. Which makes the lasers not exactly super effective. Because this game is full of stuff that will stagger you very easily. A little busy right now, Gale. Got a big old bug problem. And I don't have a big enough swatter. Let's forego the... Ah! Hi. I mean, if this mech's going down, I'm taking him with me. What you're supposed to do is shoot those down before they hit you, but I've been very apathetic about that. Ah! Ack. Yeah, and trying to hit him with a rocket is not really going to work out in my favor at all. I need to get to that other mech, probably. Ow. Can't see shit, Captain. Having a bad time. Ah! As you can see, can't really kill me, but really can inconvenience me. Ow. He goes speed. Da 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 da. It's dead. Oof. Each of those spell a word, and I think it's a different word per stage.
Wayne!
Yeah.
Yuri!
These things, they're gone.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Where could he have
He
gone?
left. Working with Nevik, so he left.
Fool!
Do you know something? Wayne, where's Yuri?
Don't know.
Liar!
What do we do now?
What else can we do? We take out that green eye while we wait for Yuri to come back. Wayne, the mountain range is next. We're gonna have a tough climb to the summit. Prep up.
Right.
The only real question is, did Yuri get taken by Nevik, or did he just leave to go work with them since he got caught?
It won't be easy, but you're going to have to start climbing.
And it's moth time again. Joyous day. Got a whole lot of little guys pouring out of everywhere. Thankfully, its attacks throw these guys off as much as it does me. So it's not a huge issue. God damn it. Oh. Don't mind me, just activating a thing. Do. Don't eat me. Yeah, I grew up playing things like this, which is probably why I still have more of an affinity for third-person shooters than I do for first. I've just always found it easier to tell where I'm aiming when I can actually see the body the gun is attached to. I know that's a little weird, because you'd think being able to see the sights would actually benefit you for shooting. But sometimes that's real mixed, because there's a weird disconnect in a first-person shooter between where your actual head and such is, and where your aiming reticle and everything sits. It may just be that I think too much. Hard to say. But on the note of first-person shooters, I do have something in mind that I'm going to be starting soon. In that vein as well. That I think people will find interesting once I can get it rolling. It's just going to be a matter of it's going to take a little bit. Yeah, dang it. Whoa, that's a long fall. Hi. So I'm willing to bet there's very few people here that will be able to guess what I'm talking about. God damn it. I'm not sure how you're supposed to land that. Oh well. No rocket launcher for me, I guess. Whee! But I will say, in terms of figuring out what I'm talking about, anybody who was paying attention to what I was using earlier before the stream started, they'll probably be able to tell what it was. Whether anybody will recognize it or not is a whole question, though. Why on earth did I blow that up in front of my own face? Answer? Thought it was farther away. Actually, it might be... I don't know. I think people will be able to figure it out. All depends on how well people pay attention. Yeah, my current intent scheduling-wise is I have something in mind for Saturday, which is not the thing I'm talking about right now. But that's another one people will probably be able to guess pretty easily if they've been paying attention. I may also be shaking what days I do stuff on up a little bit. We'll see about how that plays out. Since I've been so unlucky with things happening on Sundays constantly, I may just swap Thursday and Sunday around. Both to break up the days I take off a bit, and to make it so I stop having to cancel Sundays because one dumb thing or another happens to happen on a goddamn Sunday. It also will then give me a weekend day available, which may be beneficial in some cases. I don't know. I've not thought too deep about that yet. That's just initial consideration. It's been pretty absurd how literally I keep managing to get sick or something stupid happens or any number of random issues that happen to keep occurring on goddamn Sundays. Which I will say, if I do stream this Thursday, I'll probably use that stream to finish this. And just get it over with. Or I'll start an RPG on Thursday, since it'll be swapping with the Sunday slot. That would actually make more sense, probably. And I will say, my commitment level to beating this game is not super, super high, just because I remember the end of this being awful. Like, to the point where I think there's a part of my brain that's saying that I might have actually replayed the game on easy just to beat it, because the end of the game was so bad. but I don't think that was true. I think I considered doing that and then didn't actually do that. But again, it's been a very long time, so I can guarantee nothing as far as that goes. I see you up there. Oh ho, I have a machine gun. There we go. Just kill that before it can be a problem. See you, zap. See you, zap. Oh god. No, 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 no. Don't knock me off with little rocks, please. No, 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 no. That would have been so bad, because I would have had to start that whole climb again. Unless he caught it with the grapple, which I could not guarantee was going to happen. And I did not want to chance that. Not in the slightest. Maybe that's why I remember the bees. Is the fact that they just keep showing up now. In smaller form. That might explain why I remember the model, but not the fight. Yeah, as you can see, for the most part, this game's pretty just mindless. Just go forward, deal with problems as they pop up. Keep yourself alive. Grab shotgun. Realize bigger shotgun exists. Get bigger shotgun. As you can see, Big Shotgun makes short work of clouds of flyers. Hi. Meet Big Shotgun. It doesn't like you any more than I do. Sounds like the neighbors may be moving stuff in and out again. Put that there. Move that around over here. Put it down.
Ready. Initializing.
Shotgun reloaded. I'm not actually sure this can cross the gap. Which is why we'll activate this first. Make sure that's the way I'm supposed to be going. Nope, we're meant to go that way. Good.
Ready. Initializing.
Well, that didn't work the way I wanted it to. I was kind of hoping those jets would, you know, actually jump me across the gap. Turns out those go a much shorter distance than I thought. So that made everything awkward. I don't think this jump would have made it anyway, though. Can I, like, combine these? I can. Okay. That's what I fucked up. Well, that's fine. This is slightly faster than our walking speed, so we'll probably get up there in a reasonable amount of time. We totally did this for more ammo. That's how that works, yes. Mm-hmm. I didn't make any mistakes. Nothing can be proven. Height? No. I was thinking about jumping up there, but no. That ain't gonna happen. Thankfully, we got plenty of thermal energy, so it's not like we're gonna run into a real issue because of having to make a second trip. Now, if I have to make a third trip as I fuck this up again, that's gonna be a whole other issue. There we go. Go ahead and just max out my machine gun. I could have replaced the 12-shot shotgun with it, but I think those 12 shots will be useful. It's all drippy in here. Huh. That's neat. We can break through that. Got some dead people in here. And another Gatling gun. I was hoping for more shotgun shells. No such luck, though. Gatling guns ever. That's a little disappointing. This is a more mobile mech here, though. I want that more than this thing. Go ahead and pick up the machine gun to get it out of the way. See if we can align our prompt enough to get the shotgun off of this thing. There we go.
Ready.
Because we're probably gonna want the double jump this thing has for getting around in here more than the bigger, bulkier mech. Damn it. Actually, let's put this shotgun back on the right side so my muscle memory doesn't fuck me up. God damn it.
Ready.
Hang on. Gonna take some doing here. This mech is unfortunately a little squirrelier than the other one. That really should be the correct spot, but it's just being a pain in the butt. There we go. We lost a couple hundred rounds, but that's fine. Oh boy. Maybe it's less fine. Maybe it's less fine than I thought. I am happy we grabbed a more mobile mech, though. This looks like a fight we're gonna want to be able to move for. Also explains the screeching noise that we kept hearing. It's coming from this fucking weirdo. Okay, he does grow bits back, so that's a problem. Thankfully, they don't seem to grow back with that much strength. Oh, we really fucked him up with that one. For those wondering, no, I don't really know what's going on either. I'm just doing stuff and hoping it works. There's just a lot of loud screeching and horrible things happening. The constant hum of the minigun. I assume I don't want that able to reach me. That doesn't seem like a thing I want. Not what I wanted to do, but you know what? Fine. I was trying to pick the rocket launcher up without stopping firing in the proper spots. There we go. Knock both limbs off. Go for the face again. And honestly, its health's going down well enough with double minigun. So I suppose I shouldn't stress over it too much. I say as I go for the rocket launcher again anyway. You missed me. You bitch. Oh. Okay, yeah, when you do a full fucking 360, it's a bit hard to deal with that. Bring your face where rockets can hit you. He's about dead. And that's that. Another boss done.
We finally made it to the Green Eye.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Huh?
I'm sorry that I said I couldn't trust you before.
Oh. Don't worry about it.
I mean, I feel like that's
Really
understandable.
left. We all felt abandoned. You could have easily moved on too, but you stayed with us.
It means a lot, Wayne. Thank you.
I'm really sorry for what I said.
We're about to be really sorry in a second here.
Isn't that
Long time no see.
back for revenge?
Hasn't been that long.
Not this time.
All right. Then show us your face and give us a name.
The name is Basil. I have business with Solotov.
She must be talking about Yuri. Remember? Yuri's last name is Solotov.
Good job.
What's the meaning of this?
I looked into it.
What are you talking about?
You're working for Dr. Solotov. Why do you insist on hiding him?
Did
Well,
you
we
expect
were.
We would just give him up to you?
You have no idea who he really is. He led my family and many others close to me into a trap and killed every last one of them.
Nonsense!
I'm not here to debate this. Just hand him over.
He's not here anymore.
Why should I believe you?
Because it's true. Look for yourself.
So, he went over to Nevek then.
Nevek?
It's not so surprising. Solotov used to be one of them.
Don't lie about Yuri!
Believe what you will. What's your name?
Wayne.
Wayne.
We came here for the Green Eye.
Funny how there was almost a flash of recognition there from that name. Interesting. Note the fact that now there's the option of it being Snow Pirates or Nevek, wherever we're going. Yeah. Be prepared to see me start having to fight actual Nevek soldiers soon. I don't remember if they're here or in the next stage, but they're coming. And they're gonna be an actual problem. Yeah, looks like it is Nevek boys. Okay. They're still just as killable as everybody else, but they're prepared with better weapons. And they actually, you know, somewhat know how to use them. Compared to the pirates, who are just kind of there. The pirates are all just trying to survive. These guys are professionals, by comparison. Not to say that they're amazing at what they do, but they, at least, you know, have some idea what they're doing. These plasma guns are nice stuff, though. It's like an infinite sniper rifle. It's also good for taking out machines, so... just one of the best things all around, really. Ah! I see. Fuck you. Fuck you, too. Let's go ahead and get some charge now that that guy's out of the way. There's another one right above us that we can get some more health off of. Should we need it? I think this is just another plasma gun. Yeah. Ah, he's got both up there. Okay. I think he blew up. Yep, he blew up. Nice. Now you'll notice it doesn't always kill these guys in one go. Headshots tend to work out, but they're not a guarantee against these guys either, because they've got some decent armor.
If there are snow pirates, their base must not be far. Given the location, they must be operating out of a mobile unit. Locate and dispose.
As you can tell by that sound, Nevek wants us gone now. Because they no longer have any benefit to us staying alive, because Solotov's not with us anymore. And since we are also being a thorn in their side as well, on top of that, they doubly have no reason to keep us alive anymore. Ah, there you are. You can tell you got a kill as well when your screen flashes like that. That's usually when you get a straight headshot kill, in my experience. So it doesn't always happen. So I don't even know entirely what it means. I just remember seeing the red flash sometimes when I get said headshots. So I assumed the two concepts were related. Like that. Oh, hi. That's a problem. Ow. Yes, that's why they were giving you those rockets a moment ago. If I was really thinking about it, I would have paid attention to that warning. Thankfully, we have plasma grenades, and the plasma gun does a decent job against machines, as mentioned before. This one's just reasonably durable. I should cook it. But as you can see, Nevek typically employs machine guns and plasma grenades in addition to the plasma gun. They can't hide all of those from me. Some of them they definitely can, because we've definitely missed some. But, you know. At least I can find some of them. Don't like the look of that. I'm gonna go take it. But I got a bad feeling about this. Wait a minute. By Jove, I think that's the one we fell asleep in. I remember everything.
There's something you need to see. Come with me.
There's a lot of things I need to see at this point. Oh, look.
We
Nothing.
found it buried under the rubble.
You lot have been doing something. Good.
My father's VS.
He might be alive. Bum bum bum.
I'm sorry to always leave the fighting to you. This is about all I can do to help. Got it. Your father's VS still has a working engine. If we repair the body, we can use it. It's a bit old, but it'll do the trick.
Sis!
Huh?
This is no ordinary VS.
What do you mean?
This engine has been enhanced. This might be the most advanced VS ever made.
We just got an ace in a hole.
Well, Wayne?
I'll ride it. And I have my first target in mind.
Your father fights with you.
Thank you. Get yourselves to cover.
Let's go.
We're at this point. We might actually be almost done with the game, actually. The game might be shorter than I remember it being. I could have swore this was actually one of the last sections, where you have the whole, if you get out of the mech, you die situation. So we might actually just finish the game today. Because this isn't a long game. I do remember that it's not that long. But I remember it taking me a while when I played it originally. Because I was bad. Hello again, Green Eye. Time for the real showdown. They're sending reinforcements as they're watching me fight Green Eye. I'm gonna forego the rocket launchers. As silly as that may sound, I can't keep consistent fire up with them. Back from the dead. Around to the other side of it now. funny how this thing's nowhere near as dangerous as it was when we met it in the intro, isn't it? Even though it's attacking more. Ow, ow, ah, ah, ah. You notice it bombarded us with that, and it still didn't even actually really do that much damage. It hurt, but it didn't do that much. That, however, really hurt. We might actually be in trouble here because he keeps stunning me. I'm not remembering well enough how to dodge these attacks, now that it's actually starting to attack, because I think I upset it by making fun of it. Grab the rocket launcher, you damn fool. Nope, we're gonna die because he just wouldn't pick up the damn rocket launcher. I was trying to save it for finishing these last couple eyes off. Because he starts getting real serious now. Actually, not sure where else to shoot him. I broke everything that I can see. Oh, we got stunned. We're in trouble. It doesn't help that, as you might imagine, beating Green Eye is not the end of this. And we're dead. Mission failed. Okay. I'm gonna keep the rocket launcher this time. Shotgun might actually not be a bad idea. Okay, you'll notice this whole fight just takes place in a loop here. Damn it. I was trying to line up to grab the rocket launcher, and now I'm getting stun locked again. This is closer to what I remember this fight being, where he just sits here and goddamn spams ice missiles at you. And you just get your shit rocked. Here's another weak point. I also don't remember whether I actually noticed all of the weak points when I fought him originally either. That might be part of why this fight seemed so bad before. But I think we're once again in the position of he's at half health and we're out of places that are obvious to hit him. I wonder if I'm supposed to like hit him in the underbelly now or something. Yeah, that I might actually need to hit him in the face. We are running out of thermal energy, though, which is going to be a real issue. He's hiding the face now, so that might actually be the play. Yeah, both those hit him square in the face and doesn't seem to have done anything. I don't know how to hurt him now. Hang on. Okay, so there's supposed to be a third set that's a single large cluster that replaces the previous 4. Okay. Maybe I'm supposed to just hit the same spots on the sides I was before, but that wasn't doing anything. I'm not really sure. It's either that or it is the top part. But I shot there too and nothing happened. Ow, God. Oh, I just fucked myself up there. Yeah, the big problem with rocket launchers in this game, by the way, is you have to manually reload them. If you don't press the button for them to fire to start the reload again, they just sit there and do nothing. That's why keeping continuous fire with them is difficult. I think the more I'm using my boosters, I think that's also what's draining my thermal energy faster. Ah! This thing's also kind of a hunk of junk, regardless of how much they hype it up. So it's a little stumpy to move around. Like, it's better than any other VS in the game has been, as far as that goes, don't get me wrong. Literally gonna get nothing done this go-round because I'm getting screwed by it knocking me around. I hate the fact that it has that stun as well. That stun is nasty. Because you just can't get momentum again, and without momentum, this thing does not fucking move for shit. This fight might actually be easier on controller, just because I can move the mech better as well. I don't know. But I am having a devil of a time keeping this thing moving the way I want it to. And yeah, no, confirmed, I am definitely draining thermal energy rapidly. Ah! Why is that stun so fucking distant? Like, I'm across the damn universe. I should not be getting stunned by that. I don't care how big it is. It also doesn't help that this whole area is designed to make reaching the sides of this thing stupidly difficult. Look at all the crap that's in the way of you seeing anything! Hooray! Not to mention getting caught between him and the doors he didn't break through yet. So you have no way to get away. Just great design, everybody. Just such beautiful design. This is the kind of fight that makes me super salty, because this really could have been a cool fight, and instead it's just a huge pain in the ass. Because there's just no room. Which, there being minimal room would be fine, if it weren't for the fact that what little room there is, he takes up all of it, and he can just stun you no matter where you fucking are, almost. And you add on a timer because of the thermal energy, which can also be drained by the fact that when he hits you, sometimes it drains faster because of that. There's just layers upon layers of issues with this. Okay, this time those actually opened. I think there may have been like one that I just could not see because of how he moves. That we missed last time. And now the headpiece is opened up. Like it's supposed to. Which is what the rockets are going to be really good for. It should hit multiple of them at once, in theory. The thing is, you're supposed to jump to avoid the shockwave, but the problem is it also almost leaves you a sitting duck when you do that. Thankfully, apparently the goo we picked up off of him was enough to nearly refill our VS. Which he kept cock-blocking me from getting it last time, so we had no thermal energy for the second half of this fight. Okay, that apparently counted, so we've broken... Ah! There we go. That was the whole issue, is it just wasn't hitting the right spot before. Okay, I need to get in front of him again. The problem with being in front of him, of course, is that's where most of his really dangerous attacks go. But we don't have a choice, we have to be in front of him to hit that. Or to the side, but there's not really room to hit him from the side, you know? Green Eye is dead. We have avenged our father. Mission complete.
We did it.
Why did you betray us, Solotov? It was all a Namek trap.
Ta-da! Truth revealed.
Solotov.
Wayne, are you okay?
Yeah. Sorry. I was a little shaken up.
And there's the recon team.
They're probably with the one we found in the trailer.
Let them know we mean business.
Never. What are they doing here?
Stay back.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you guys thought you were going to accomplish
Let's see how
with small arms fire. That, however, is going to be a little bit more effective. Imagine if this thing moved half as well for me as it does for him. We're not done yet. Not by a long shot.
No pirate. I hope you enjoy wallowing with your own kind in this dump. But it's time to take you out with the rest of the garbage.
You really shouldn't poke your head out like that. I can take it off for you.
The Frontier Project must continue at any cost.
That's the same as the one Wayne has.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Huh?
It's been a long time.
Bandero, you bastard.
Goodbye, Gale. Try to have some dignity in death.
That seems a bit excessive.
Bandero. I'll kill you!
Just try it, Snow Pirate.
This is the fight I remember being a problem. This whole bit here after Green Eye. Yeah, get out of here, stupid. You should not be here. Well, that's gonna be a problem.
I'm sorry to leave you behind again, Dad.
Yeah, it's either get out of there or you're getting cut out of there like a can opener.
Luca! Wayne!
Get on the bike, dum-dum. Don't mind the fact that your arm would be dislocated by that, it's fine.
Get them. That VS. Amazing. Come in, Commander Eisenberg. I found something you'll find most interesting.
Yeah, the trailer's a bit fucked.
Wayne!
That's an inconvenient time to pass out.
Must stop them. You must stop the Frontier Project at all costs. Wayne, continue the fight. You must stop the project. It is connected to what you treasure most.
I think we understand why Wayne
One
forgot
year
everything
later,
now.
In order to see the Frontier Project through to its completion, Nevik steps up its campaign against anything that might interfere. Its efforts to eliminate both the Snow Pirates and Akrid have reached new levels of intensity. Meanwhile, Wayne and Luca have been separated from Rick and their base of operations. Now they have no choice but to resort to guerrilla hit-and-run tactics.
They're heading straight for the Crimson Pirate base. Wayne, you ready? I don't expect anything out of the ordinary with the base ahead.
I'll see what I can do.
Okay. Let's rendezvous at the base.
Right.
So I think I'm remembering a few things out of order. Because I remember fighting Bandero soon after fighting Green Eye. But it may just be that all those years have compressed things a bit. Because I do also remember this whole sequence where I have to fight a bunch of Nevek groups along the way. It may just be that the structure looks similar where we end up doing the final fight. So sneaky. So sneaky. So sneaky. No one knows I'm here. So sneaky. So sneaky. No one knows I'm here. So sneaky. So sneaky. No one will see me sneak up on these mechs and throw a grenade at them. That was a terrible idea on my part. Because for some stupid reason, I thought they were walking past some of the pirates and they were going to be on my side. I'm an idiot. I'm paying for my sins now. I don't know if that grenade actually went off. Yes, it did. Okay. That's good news, at least. This was a bad idea all around for me. Oh yeah, up here's a great place to be with all the explosive barrels. Yes, brilliant move, Brain. So close to getting that rocket launcher. Then it was taken from me by explosions. Joke's on you, I got it anyway. Well, I got one of them. Can't help but notice the other one's still floating there. Ow. Oh yeah, that was the guy I threw the grenade at. He's still real mad at me. I would love to be able to see sometime, video game. I got one. Okay. We got one of the big boys. That's actually going to be a huge help, because he was one of the main reasons we were getting knocked around all the time. Because they're now down one rocket and one big boy. So as you can see, they've got a lot of goddamn mechs around here. Oh, that went higher than I thought. There you go, enjoy those. Disc grenades are real good, because you can throw them very, very far. Punk. Oh, that takes care of him. We just need to get control of a section of this mess, and then we can start breaking out from there. Thankfully, in the end, these Nevek soldiers are only human, just like us. This is far from effective, but it's all I've got. I need to grab this, whatever this is. It's gonna be better than nothing. Oh, he's biking after me now. Hi. Yeah, as you can see, their AI is actually willing and able to switch to bike mode to chase you, depending on how you run from them. Thankfully, this container is full of goodies, which was the other reason I was fighting in this general direction. Most importantly, got a mech of our own. One of the good ones, too. Well, one of the relatively good ones. Certainly beats the hell out of anything we had before. I don't know why none of you were facing me during this whole exchange, but you know what? I'll take it. As you can see, having your own VS at all is a big equalizer in situations like this. Go. We now have a little bit more control over the situation. Use that just to get a nice shot of energy back, because boy oh boy, we're in a rough spot. Is this mech's half dead? And yes, for those paying attention, yes, those legs were going backwards. It was refusing to turn around for some reason. Yeah, this is basically the same mech we had that had the double jump before, just it's Nevek flavored now. What do we got up here? Looks like a plasma gun and a sniper rifle. I probably should grab that sniper rifle. At the rate we're going, the machine gun's gonna stop being as useful. So I should probably just carry double high power instead of high capacity. Since I grabbed this grenade launcher, we'll go ahead and grab more grenade launcher. Said more grenade launcher. Or not, fine. I don't know what you thought you were going to get done here, buddy. Yeah, those have a limited range. You're going to have to actually hit a moving target there, buddy. Need to get rid of those guys before they got in that mech, because we're gonna need that mech in a second. Abandon ship. Yeep. Aha, I'm in the animation already. Suck it. Why this guy was standing next to this mech and didn't get in it is beyond me. In the end, though, his loss, not mine. Movable. Oh, there we go. I think just because I was standing on it, it was being dumb. Come here, crunchy little ants. Big Brother's not gonna save you either. I don't care how much fancy tech you have, nothing can stand up to high explosives for long. That one's done for. One really pissed off, man. And you are a bunch of chumps. Ow. Look at you and your double missile launchers. How come you get to have 2 missile launchers? Dead. Man, this thing has seen better days. It's almost like I've walked it through a war or something. Huh. Funny how that works. You guys just don't know when to quit. How much does Nevik pay you? Can't imagine it's enough to stand there and take a Gatling gun to the face. If it is, I'm impressed by the amount of digits there would be there. And yeah, there was another rocket launcher around here. There's a rifle. There we go. Since we're dealing with a lot of other mechs, double rocket might be a good idea for a minute. Because the other one has dual lasers. So we could run back to this one if we get into trouble. As long as they don't shut the doors on me. So in here, maybe the Gatling gun might have been a better idea. Ah well. Too late. Oh, there's a cutscene, so I guess we're not going back for that other one if we need it.
Wayne!
What are you doing out here?
Right?
Yeah.
At least have a gun, lady.
Wonderful. We can definitely use this.
No more pitching tents for us.
Rick!
He's not dead after all.
I'm not just seeing things. Luca! Wayne!
You're alive.
We got the band back together. Of course.
I'm still here. Yeah.
Good to see you.
Oh, I got you.
Coffee for everybody. Or whatever it is
Still
they
like a
drink.
dream.
No kidding.
You've grown up. I'm amazed you were able to make it this long alone.
Well, I wasn't really alone. I had help.
Help? From who?
From Basil.
Basil.
Mm-hmm.
Remember when we got separated? After that, the trailer was attacked. But Basil saved me.
Makes sense. The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Then, we came here.
But she's after Yuri.
Turns out this Solotov that she's after wasn't Yuri after all.
He's not.
No. Apparently it's a man named Ivan Solotov.
Ivan?
Yeah. Yuri's father.
Yuri's father?
All right. So it's not Yuri she's after. But why is she after this Ivan?
Ivan is a traitor. Because of his betrayal, she lost someone very close to her.
Ivan Solotov.
Betray us, Solotov. It was all a Nevik trap.
Dun dun dun.
Where is she now?
She's on a run right now. She's checking out a Nevik research facility, hoping to find something out.
Research facility. When is she gonna be back?
I'm not sure. It would probably be faster to find her ourselves than to wait for her to return.
Well,
Let's go.
Well, you got another protector now, so we may as well.
Around and fiddling with machines.
There we go. We found out that our only other remaining ally isn't dead. Good news for everyone. You may realize that this place looks really familiar. Part of that's reused assets, part of it's... I think we are actually in the same place we were when we ran into the worm. So I have a suspicion we might be having round 2 with the worm here soon. Oh, that's a familiar looking body. still the quote-unquote plot twists and such, explain why I was confused as to the length of the game, because I thought it was like an at least 8-hour game. So it ending in 3 was like, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. I didn't think I was doing that well. Even though I hadn't lost any of these fights yet. Not really, anyway. We should probably activate some of these, just if for nothing else, to make sure we don't run out of thermal energy. Grenades. Grab both of these. So I may wrap up for the day here in a mission or two. So before I commit to that, let me actually check a mission count. Okay, there's 11 missions. And we're on mission, I think, like 6 or 7 right now. So we're like halfway. Okay. Yeah, I unfortunately can't actually check what mission we are currently on without going back to the load screen, which I'm not gonna do because that would involve walking through all that again. But yeah, probably after we finish this mission, then we'll wrap up. I've got some cooking I want to do to make sure we're sorted out for that and things like that before it gets too late in the day. And I'm honestly actually starting to get a little bit of a headache. I don't know if it's the game doing it or just one of those days, because it's also been a real rainy, shitty day the whole fucking way. And then we had the Twitch issue and everything. So it's easily expected that I would just get one of those arbitrary headaches just because of the kind of day it's been. And this is also a loud game, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's giving me a headache when paired with all of that. I'm enjoying myself, though. Hopefully everybody out there is enjoying watching this nonsense unfold. I enjoy most of this series. I didn't play enough of 3 to form my own opinion on it, but it's always been dunked on because it's definitely not as good. Two I really, really like, though. When we get to that, you'll understand why I enjoyed 2 a fair chunk. It's got its issues, too, don't get me wrong. It's not a perfect game. But it expands upon this one in some pretty decent ways from what I remember. It also has the perk of being multiplayer. So I don't know if the multiplayer works anymore, considering I think that was one of the ones that was tied to Games for Windows Live, unfortunately. I think, in fact, that was actually the reason why I actually fought with that system enough to set up an account for that. Was to play that. At least the first time I had to fight with that stupid system. I ended up having to make multiple games for Windows Live accounts because the stupid thing was so fucking broken. If you got into PC gaming online after that, be thankful, because, man, that system sucked. Like, it was another one of those setups that was so bad it actually encouraged piracy rather than discouraging it. Because it caused a lot of games to be so non-functional without piracy that people resorted to that otherwise wouldn't have. Just so their games would function properly. Let that just be a lesson out there. Don't make your DRM so bad that piracy's a better choice. As you can see, the game's also getting a lot harder now. We should probably just see if we can get through that door rather than dealing with all this horse puck. Fuck all y'all, I'm out of here. Yep, getting to the door counts. Not a problem.
Basil should be deep inside the facility by now.
I'm impressed she got through all that crap, but she may have done the same thing I did. Just, you know what? Fuck you guys.
We can't let another one through.
We're already in trouble. If we let another one through, we're all fired. That's not what I expected to happen. I really... What? So I shot this one, and the one behind it blew up. Interesting. I don't understand any of what just transpired. But I'll take it. Hi. How y'all doing? Die. Okay, see, that one made sense because it had shields up and the other one didn't. You fucker. Open up. Aye. Do it again. That's what I think of you. Go down the hole? Looks like I go down the hole. Hi. Oh, thank you for opening the gate for me. Here is your reward. Never said it was a good reward. You know, it's always convenient when your own defenses get used against you. Fuck off. Yeah, they just provide me with their own emplacements to deal with their defenses with. Come on. Isn't that convenient? Yeah, I started back up like an hour or so after everything went to hell. I wanted to give it some time to make sure it was actually going to stay good. The annoying thing is it basically initially went back to normal like right after I said I was going to end because of it. There we go. We can't get rid of those two, but that's fine. Compared to the amount of them that there were before, 2 is fine. Not really sure where I'm getting shot from. I assume those guys down there are trying to shoot me. Oh, they came up to see me. That's convenient. Now I can get back in this and ruin your day. Thank you for delivering yourself unto your own doom. Always very convenient. See you. See you too. Don't mind me as I shoot at like 2 pixel tall people in the distance. Nope, I'm out of Gatling gun. Hi. Did not mean to go all the way back up there. Anything in here? Let's find out. Whoa. Nope, nothing in there. This would have been full of turrets and drones and shit if I hadn't just ripped them all apart with their own weapons. You can't hit me if I keep dodging. You missed me. Let's try again.
Basil, what's your position? The uppermost area in the vicinity. Alright, Wayne, you heard the lady.
Well, isn't this awkward for you guys? I'm here next to your turrets now. Hi. Give me this. Yes, I kicked him out of his turret just to hit him with it. He's also just stuck there like that now. When the dust cleared, that guy is somehow still alive. Yeah, I just can't hit him. What is he made out of? This man is immortal. Because those rockets definitely both just hit him square in the chest, and he's fine. There he goes, he finally died. Apparently he's immune to explosions, but not bullets. Mildly confusing. Did I just go in a circle? Sure did. Looks like we need to go up there.
Wayne, I'll be waiting.
I'm glad she's just immediately on board with this idea, even though she would have had no way of knowing we were joining the team. aside from, I guess maybe she was just listening to the whole damn comms conversation the entire time. Just not saying anything. I'd bust those open for thermal energy, but I don't need it. Convenient that they just left a mech in the elevator for me. A whole lot of convenient things happening here. Kind of suspicious, really. Makes you wonder what they're up to. Like they want me to get in here. Almost like it's a trap or something. Totally not hinting that I fully expect this to be a trap or anything, no. Oh, what do you know? It's a trap. What a surprise! It's almost like this was totally expected. But their subtle trap was so cunning. How could I have possibly figured it out? You show that box. Fuck that piece of metal up. Anybody ever tell you guys you're bad at your job? Man. This is just disappointing. All this work to get here, and this is all I get? Some clown of a spider thinking I walked into his web. Can't even land on a box right. I'm fully expecting to pay for making fun of this so much. Kind of like I did when I was fighting Green Eye. Somehow karma has not come for me yet. Oop, there it is. There's the karma. He got so mad he fucking tackled my ass. Oh, he's gonna tackle me again. Oofa! Somehow my human body took that hit better than the mech did. There's something wrong with that idea. Mission complete as I explode. So I've got mission 8, 9, 10, and 11. I'm anticipating having to retry on 11 a bunch. Because I think, now that I'm thinking about it, I might have like used a save I found or something to skip a chunk of the game to get to the end to see what it was. Or something like that. I'm having trouble reconciling the gap in my memory. Because I know I didn't watch anybody play this. So I know that's not how that happened. So I don't know why I remember the Green Eye fight so vividly. And then so immediately after fighting this crazy mech suit that whooped my ass. And I just kept dying to it again and again. Not really sure where that issue comes from. I'm also not sure just how long those last 4 missions are going to take, considering it took me 4 hours to get through 8 missions. So basically like 2 hours per mission. Actually, no. 2 missions per hour. Flip that. Because I'm counting the prologue as 1 mission. So there's 12 missions in the game total, counting the prologue. The fuck was that? While I think about that, give me 1 second to check what the hell I just heard. I just heard a hell of a thump. So judging from what I saw out there, I think what happened is a deer that was walking near the house stumbled and smacked into the side of the house. Because it was walking close to it. And that's why I heard such a weird thump. And let this cutscene play out. While I think.
What are you doing? Don't move. Show me your face.
With pleasure.
What are you doing?
I don't have to answer that.
I'm afraid you do.
Are you gonna shoot me? One-on-one, you don't stand a chance.
How about 2-on-1? Ditch the gun and answer the man's question. What are you sniffing around for?
The Frontier Project.
Hell of a move. Didn't work out for him, but credit where credit's due. That was a good trick.
You okay?
Interesting how she blocked a
Just
bullet.
scratch. It's been a long time. I'm glad to see you again. Have Rick check this out. He might find something useful.
Looks like those harmonizers are a lot more useful than just regenerating health. Solid enough to take a bullet.
His name is Joe. He works for Nevik. The data on the PDA is encrypted, but it's so rudimentary. Hell, it's practically screaming, hey, take a look.
What kind of data is in there?
Hold on. Ha! I got it! Ha ha! Bingo!
Huh? Got what?
The Frontier Project is what?
Great! What's it say?
Well, it says here that the Frontier Project is an attempt to heat the planet and drive away the Akrid that have been plaguing the humans.
Sounds good to me.
The thermal energy for the project is being concentrated in the volcano dome. And here's a list of the researchers. Oh.
What?
Head researcher, Yuri Solotov.
Dun dun dun. As if we didn't already know that he was working for Nevek because of previous conversations, but they didn't know that.
It's not close.
Of course
You're
it
gonna
isn't.
have to cross the canyons.
Let's head to the canyons then. If we can infiltrate the volcano dome, we should be able to learn a little more about this project of theirs.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm super torn as to whether to push on or not. So basically, it becomes a matter of, do I think I can beat what's left of this in 2 hours? Is 2 hours will leave me enough time to do what I want to do before I get too tired and it gets too late for me to do the cooking and everything that I want to do. Considering I've got basically 3 missions, is 8, 9, and 10, and I'm assuming 11's probably going to just be the boss fight I'm thinking of. Because it's also at an awkward split where I don't think it's going to be long enough to warrant a full stream of it. Let's give it a go. We also lost a bunch of time along the way because of figuring out how certain things worked and dealing with certain interruptions. The big thing I'm worried about is the last mission, if it's what I'm remembering. That boss fight's gonna be a motherfucker. Then again, the fight against Green Eni did not end up as bad as I remembered it being, either. For all that we did have trouble with it, it was still not as bad as I remember. I remember it being worse than that, if that tells you anything. Got some new Acrid here, specifically Acrid Scorpions. Ah! Hi. You know what? That's what I think of you. I think you're clever landing on my head. It's almost like having a vulnerable underbelly against a guy who loves to throw grenades around was a bad idea or something. I suppose it wasn't really his idea, it was just a poor roll on the genetic lottery. Here. Yeah, you didn't enjoy that, did you? Have another one, just in case. I don't think I didn't see the other guy down there in the hole. That didn't bounce the way I thought it would. Here, have some pipes along with your explosions. Sup? Of course, one of you just had to survive, huh? There we go. Any cool toys over here? Nope. More ammo and a shotgun. Meh. Just casually throw that over there and walk away, and half of them are gone when I look back. It's the little things in life. It's also really satisfying how these things just flip away when they blow up. Except that one, apparently. He just died. How about you? Are you gonna flip? No, you're just gonna die too. Okay. As soon as I comment on it, they take it away from me. I'm sad now. God damn, there's a lot of you little buggers marching on and through here. Yeah, this is what I think of that. I don't know what his deal is twitching out over there, but let's just put an end to that. Or not? Hello? I'm not the only one seeing this, right? He's just sitting there vibrating intensely. And he just does not care. Huh. I think he is very bugged. Hmm. Yeah, I think he was in the middle of a flip and he got stuck here, and now he's just stuck for eternity in vibrating purgatory. Well, if you guys ever wanted to get a really close look at one of these things while it's alive, here you go. Huh. I have freed him from his purgatory. I don't know why I find it just so entertaining throwing those around the room. Maybe it's just because they're so big. So the way they just bounce so quickly around just kills me for some reason. We get to have our own four-legged bastard now. Tank mode. Cannon and drill. Drill that, and transform to VS. As you can see, the Laser Vulcan's pretty strong. Not something we get to play with very often. That sounded like it said Gesundheit for some reason, even though I know it's saying releasing pilot. It just sounded very strange. Back in the mech we go. Wrong button. I'm currently trying to figure out how to switch modes for this thing, since he gave us all the controller controls, not the mouse and keyboard controls. SP attack, SP function, action. Okay, so presumably drill would be Z then. Ah, okay, if I'm standing still, it switches modes with X. Okay.
The lava from the volcano could end your journey real quick. Watch your step.
Yeah, that lava doesn't seem like a good thing for me. Good thing this has infinite ammo. Though it is draining thermal energy to fire this thing. So not actually infinite. But, you know, we're in a facility full of thermal energy, so you wouldn't really think we'd be so cold that we need to be burning thermal energy. No. They're trying to bump me into the lava, and I don't appreciate that. They were just ever so slightly nudging me each hit. One thing I didn't notice, game. You're not so sneaky. So sneaky, so sneaky. Yeah, when you're moving, it does that side dodge when I press X. But if I'm not moving, it switches to tank mode. Tank mode. Can I drill these? No, it's dead already. Never mind. Hi. No, it's not dead. I guess it was just too low to the ground for drills to reach then. He's definitely dead now. Oh, I haven't seen one of you in a while. Also, not really sure what we needed this thing to drill through, considering I figured we had already encountered what we needed to drill through since they mentioned it, but apparently we haven't yet encountered that, but there are other mechs around. So I'm confused. That's the bottom line, is I'm confused. Doesn't have to be. It would make sense, but there doesn't have to be more than one route. There would just have to be if they were smart. Looks like I can walk around over here. Probably faster to drive. Okay, so I can move and untank, but I can't move and turn into the tank. You know what? That makes sense. Not a fan of what I'm seeing here. You know, it's almost like the Acrid and Nevik are working together with how well protected this area is by the Acrid. Funny how that works. All the evils of the world working together. Natural harmony of annoying. Good tackle. Die. Fuck you. two were not as impressive. I'm running out of cannon shells, which is gonna be inconvenient. Also, is it my imagination or those scorpion things die by stabbing themselves in the chest because of a weird muscle spasm? I don't know if I'm imagining that or not. There's a more mobile VS right here. I'm kind of entertained by tank spider thingy here. Especially the fact that I'm actually managing to get up here with it. And being able to swap those just off the damn bridge is pretty great. You know what? Wham! Goodbye. So I gotta be careful how much more I use this laser Vulcan. I'm running out of thermal energy, actually. Thankfully, drill mode. Very handy. Missed me. Neener. You lose. Nope, that empty card didn't have a lot in it.
Ready.
Yes, I'm aware those guys are up there. I can't aim high enough in tank mode to hit them. I'll just let them come down to me and then punish them for their insolence. Crunch. There we go. There's drill mode in action. Oh, I broke the shit out of him. Huh. You good, buddy? There he goes. He figured it out.
Ready.
Oh, now you woke up. You've been there for a while. Wait, we're both here and... Oh, I think we brought him along in the trailer.
You're freeing me? What's the meaning of this?
A deal. If you agree to guide us to the Volcano Dome, then we agree to free you, so long as you stay within the trailer.
That's a terrible idea.
Yeah, the quickest one. You know it, right?
You got a deal.
Luca, show our new friend to the cabin.
He is so gonna betray us. This is a stupid idea. You've seen how he moves.
Wayne?
I have to talk to Basil. Go on ahead.
Alright. See you later.
So you're sending him to the cabin with two convenient hostages. Brilliant strategy.
That's...
A present from my father,
Who was your father?
Gale Holden.
Gale saved me after I came under Acrid attack.
Small world.
And that's when you received the Harmonizer?
Yes. It was developed at the same time as the Frontier Project. Gale didn't trust Nevek, so he performed the operation behind their backs. We never figured out exactly what caused him to lose faith, but my husband and I both trusted Gale and agreed to the operation. In the end, my husband died along with Gale because of Solotov's backstabbing.
Are you positive he betrayed you?
Yes. Solotov was the only one that knew the location of the Frontier Project facility. I'm sure Gale mentioned that too.
I wonder, was the information about Ivan Solotov just another Nevek lie?
Why do you think that?
Just a hunch.
Now he's starting to put things together.
It looks like we need to do a little more investigation into this. Your harmonizer. It feels like the key to something important, but...
But...
Well, it was frozen without thermal energy for 30 years. That had a terrible effect on its operating ability.
I'm so sorry to interrupt your pleasant chat. Joe found us a route. Whenever you're ready, we can head out. Come in, please.
She's a little jealous, isn't she?
Hold on. What was that about 30 years?
Gale's death. It's been 30 years. I first came to this world 10 years before that.
Dun dun dun.
What are you talking about?
The power to delay the aging process.
I was buried under a mountain of ice for 30 years before Yuri found me.
It's time for us to go our separate ways.
This is where this game starts going off the cliff.
Thank you.
Of course, you know, that's assuming she's not just feeding him a line of shit. No, don't hit that. That's where I'm going. I want that.
Ready?
Okay, now you can hit it. Now that I'm in it, it's fair game to hit. At least I can fight back now. That shield's real strong. Not strong enough, though. Okay. Well, I think we found the volcano dome. So found ourselves a whole lot of trouble. Ow. Rude. As one would expect, at very close range, the shotgun is devastating. I'm going to switch to this other mech, though, as soon as I get some more thermal energy. And yes, I know those guys are there. They're not very relevant, so I'm just ignoring them. Just goes to show how little care I have for Nevik soldiers. It's like, oh yeah, they're there. They'll shoot at me. It's okay. There we go. I probably want the other one that's more mobile, but this one's got a fully loaded gun and full set of armor, so. You'll notice, though, these are higher-end Nevik soldiers. They're actually taking some heat from the mech and not dying immediately. They've got some good armor. Which I really wish Wayne and the rest of them would be smart and steal this armor these guys are wearing. So that they would, you know, be much better protected when they're on foot. Ignoring the fact that Wayne's already basically goddamn immortal with the Harmonizer and everything anyway. As we keep discussing. Ooh, you've just got all kinds of toys sitting here for me. Oh. Hi. I just could not tell where I was getting shot from for a minute there, like, huh? How nice of them just to leave these things laying around where anybody could possibly just pick one up. What is that? Oh, it would appear I can't swap the weapons on this thing. That doesn't seem great. I'm gonna look at this. What is this? Oh, the homing laser. Okay. Homing laser, I think, is actually really good. We just can't use it in this thing. I think I'm meant to be going this way. So actually, I should probably drill up and dig through this. Nope. Guess that's not the way to go, huh? You know, it's almost like I should have paid attention to where that thing told me I was supposed to be going. I'm seeing a marker where I currently am. So it's probably underneath me. Yep, there it is. Ow, my butt. Not appreciate that. Just like you probably didn't appreciate that cannon shell in your face. What I think of you and your EMP. Come here now. Now you've done it. You come here and you take your lumps. Hey. That's upsetting. Come here, rude boy. Not sure why you're still so convinced we're supposed to save Yuri there. Here, dear. It ain't gonna work out. Pretty sure he's the bad guy. This mech is not holding up. Just hoping to take him down before he takes me down. Okay. Good thing they provide us with such a steady supply of those things. Otherwise, we might actually be in danger at some point here. Well, that's just rude. Don't you knock me in the lava. I'll be very cross if you do that. Where the hell did you even come from? No. That's the only way you can kill me. Hey, knock it off. Don't do the one thing that lets you win. No, it's not how this works. Never been how this works, never going to be how that works. You're not allowed to win. It's cheating. You winning is cheating, me winning is okay. I get the distinct impression of upset it by hiding behind this, given the way it's shelling the general vicinity now. Well, I'm out of rockets. That complicates things. Ah! Nosedive right into the lava. And all the way back to the beginning. Okay. Very clear that I can't afford to fuck around as much as I was. Take that trade. Helps move things along. We do need this mech still. And swapping when we get the opportunity to is probably still a good idea. I might also be able to bypass some of the problems if I really want to. course, knowing more what we're getting into is also going to be a massive benefit in dealing with this area. Shove him off. Oh, man. I still don't understand why these guys don't just get in one of these suits in a situation like this. Sure, they probably don't have training, but it's better than standing there and fucking firing an assault rifle at a machine that's murdering everyone. Oh, hi. That just has to suck. Remember, fair fights are for suckers. I think I'm hitting the damn side of the ledge with the laser, though. There we go. As he died, I got the extra hit on him. So we don't drain all of our thermal. Let's swap that out for the Gatling. We know that we're gonna get ganged up on. Oh, I think I pushed him into the lava. What? How are you surviving in the lava? Quit cheating. Rather than fucking about with that... There it is. That's where he comes from. Ow. Oh, we have a problem either way, though. He just ripped me apart. Fuck it. Bye, sucker. Oh, he's upset about what I've just said. Whee! With a little luck, he won't be able to chase us down here. His AI may not be smart enough. I realize I'm putting myself in a very dodgy position at this point. Because both low the thermal and the fact that I have no mech. This will at least solve the thermal problem, but we need a mech suit. Desperately. This EM laser's probably gonna eat through thermal energy pretty bad. Nope, that looks like an unattended mech suit right there. Need to dispose of these boys then. Well, that upset him a lot. Uh-oh. Ow. Okay, I think I have a plan for dealing with him, actually, then. And with the EM laser. And then rocket my own goddamn mech. Yes, that's a great plan. I love this plan. He's only got homing lasers, so he can't kill me very well. He can only knock me around. Which is gonna be just annoying. Let him get his lock on. Wait for the homing laser to be close. Jump! Get to the mech. Get to the mech. Get to the mech before they kill me. Alright. Fighting on even footing now. I don't know what happened to the other one. I think he, like, jumped off into the lava or something. We're in a very dodgy spot for the total thermal. Oh no, never mind. We're fine. That guy dropped a lot of thermal. Finish this guy off before he can be a problem. You say they're stepping up their defense. I'm not really impressed by their defenses at the minute. Because this guy's just sitting there dying. Let's grab that thermal before I grab the post. There we go. I may have made a mistake assuming that these missions were going to be quick. Because this is still mission 8, I think. So that's another EM laser? Yeah. Let's try that. Since we are getting back a decent amount of thermal. You're giving me an awful lot of rockets. I'm a little suspicious of that. I want to make sure to use up the rest of this Gatling gun if I'm going to swap. So we can get as much energy as we can to spend on the EM laser. I say that because we're not going to have a lot of rockets even picking up 3 E-rocket launchers. So there's a very high possibility we're going to end up in a position where we're going to have to fight purely using the EM laser. And that's going to be a problem. Something just hit me.
You've almost made it to the dome. It appears to be a key Nivik military facility.
Yeah, it looks like it. Got a lot of boys just hanging out down there. Those appear to be empty. I think these are active down here. Let's at least charge the weapon before we jump down. Yep, they're hostile. Oh, joy. We got the big boy. Ah, it looks like the back end might be a weak point. Yeah, business as usual. It's not holding up much, though. You know, we really seem to not be doing a whole lot of damage to him. Even when, and I think we did hit the weak point back there. Didn't seem to do a whole hell of a lot to him. We're in trouble. Considering he's now just gonna park on my head. Oh, maybe I can only hurt him in spider mode. Maybe that's... Are you fucking kidding me? I see. Oof, well, thank you. That's the direction I wanted to go. That was very helpful of you. Please do not do that again for a moment, though. Ow. You know... Can't say I'm surprised. Though this behavior is very rude, sir. Oh, come on. Let me up. There we go. Hey, I'm getting a new weapon. Hang on. Rude. So very, very rude. Okay, game on. I don't know why he's firing over there, but I'll take it. Ouch. This thing is also not holding up super well. Eek. God, I hate how slow this thing is to react. I press the button and it's like, oh, you wanted me to jump? Okay. Ow. Well, we clocked a little bit more damage because of that grenade launcher. Not that we got to keep it. Okay, so if this is the way the game's turning, I think, yeah, we're gonna save the last couple missions for next time. Because we're gonna be here a while, I suspect. Wait. There's holes in the floor. Can I get him to go in the hole in the floor and end this quickly? I suspect it's going to be more a matter of I go in the hole and it ends quickly by me losing. But it's got an exposed weak point on the top now, even in tank mode. It seems like the weapons itself is what the game wants me to hit. Sort of. I feel like the actual damage spot on this thing was less clear than it needed to be. Considering I'm doing damage and I'm still not really sure what I'm hitting. I'm just aware that it's counting. We have a real big problem, though, in that we don't seem to be doing a whole lot with the Gatling gun, and we have to be down here on the floor with him in order to get anything else. And we've now lost the majority of my health, and we're fucked. We're also almost out of thermal energy, which is really bad. The only saving grace we have is the fact that even this thing can't directly kill me in one hit particularly well. If we can just get these rockets and fire off one or two of them, I think we'll still win. But he's currently in asshole mode, and it's gonna be a real problem. One more. Oh, that camera shake. Die! Okay. We did it. Fucking hell, that got stupid fast, though. But yeah, considering that didn't even seem like that long a mission, but because of issues we were having with it, it took us a half hour. I'm going to say we'll save the last 3 missions for next time.
You've done a fine job. One man destroying this whole facility. No ordinary man could pull that off.
Something's wrong. I don't read any signs of life in the area.
Who are you? The name's Dennis Eisenberg. I oversee Nevik's operation on this planet.
He's like a hologram or something.
Wayne.
A perfect world free of the Acrid. The Frontier Project is what will shake the colonists of this planet free from that horrible nightmare.
Half a century. 50 years is a long time. Some decided to abandon our dream and become the lawless snow pirates. It was our fault for letting it happen. Our lenience with them was our undoing.
But at the time, we felt a certain duty to our former comrades. There were exceptions. If they would have just gone merrily on their way and stayed out of our business, then we wouldn't have had any problems. But they didn't, and thus they had to pay the price.
With their lives.
On occasion. It's never easy to kill someone you felt close to at one time.
So you killed my father.
Your father?
Me? My father's goal was to bring an end to the Frontier Project.
So, you're Gale's boy. What a sad end! I wanted Gale to come around and understand my dream. Then together we could have achieved it.
How about this?
Did you find something?
It's faint, so it's hard to get a response. But this?
Gale isn't here, but I at least want you to see where I'm coming from. We have so much catching up to do. I'm sure we can reach an understanding.
Just like you and Yuri reached one?
Hey, look at this!
What is it?
I'm not registering a life sign from that guy.
Wayne! Rick found something.
His contributions have propelled our efforts light years ahead. He was truly a genius.
Was.
Don't jump to conclusions now. I haven't killed him or anything.
Not yet.
Resting. Taking a pleasant nap in a place without any distractions.
A very quiet place.
Mm-hmm.
Too bad. Looks like we won't be coming to any understandings today.
Yeah, he was never real. He was never really there, you idiot. What do you think all those words about not life signs were supposed to be telling you? Did you think he was a robot?
Commander.
Huh?
What do we do next?
Next?
Why are you calling me Commander
Hey,
now?
we can't just sit around here doing nothing.
We all want to be doing something, anything, but we don't have any clue where to go next. We don't even know what Nevik is up to. Or what Yuri is up to.
Well, it sounds like he ain't up to much of anything.
There is still one lead available. This place might be worth checking out.
These are the canyons.
Right. We passed through these canyons before. But there's also a subterranean area down below.
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, depending on the filters you lay on it, a map can reveal more than it does at first glance. And right here, it's well hidden, but there's a sizable thermal energy deposit in the lower canyon area.
A deposit?
5 years ago, a processing plant down there was shut down and abandoned for some reason. There's enough thermal energy there to supply Nevik for years. If it's been left untouched this whole time, it'd provide a good jumpstart for the Frontier Project. It's just a hunch.
But if your hunch is right,
Hunch makes sense.
Wayne, let's check it out.
Yeah.
But, as I said, we're gonna wrap up here because I got work to do today. And it's already 7 o'clock here. So, judging from the amount of time that mission took alone, and the fact that we have missions 9, 10, and 11 to do, and I anticipate at least a few resets on 11 because of the nature of what that boss is going to be. I don't want to be at this till like 10 o'clock. So we'll probably use this as a warm-up for streaming on Thursdays. So expect to see this on Thursday. Friday should be business as usual. Saturday, I've got a couple things in mind for Saturday. I have not decided between the two things. We'll see how that plays out. One will either be the surprise I was talking about earlier in the stream, or something a little bit more expected. And now, as to where we're going, time to break out the good old coin and see where we land. I, as usual, have two ideas I'm torn between. So, actually, let me turn off desktop audio and check one of them to make sure they're not ending now. Because now that I think about it, they've been live for a bit. They might be done. No, they've only been going an hour and a half. They're probably going to keep going for a bit. That is a valid option. Okay. Actually, what are you doing right now? Okay. That's very unreadable, sure. You and your Japanese things that I don't understand. Dropping the coin does not help. Okay, that answers that. Do I defy the coin? Nah. Let's head off here in a moment, then. So, as I said, Friday and Saturday should be business as usual. If I actually do stream on Thursday, expect there not to be a stream on Sunday, because that will mean I've actually followed through on switching the schedule. Keep an eye on Twitter and things like that, and you'll find out whether my decision-making has flipped that way or not. I'll probably finish this, as I said, Thursday, if I stream Thursday. If I don't stream Thursday, this will probably get finished on next Tuesday. Monday, if I don't do the surprise I'm thinking about on Saturday, Monday will most likely be that surprise. Other than that, thank you for taking the time to be here for all this nonsense. And those that came back after the initial breakdown because of Twitch, an extra thank you to you, because you easily could have left out of the first one. Both of these will be uploaded to YouTube on the VOD channel probably tonight. Other than that, have a good one. Go see people. Go have fun. Do things. I'll be back again, probably Thursday. Are in high odds on that one.